right. Good morning. How are you doing? So, this is the pre-test with Wi-Fi. If the sound is good, if we now have it finally under control. Good morning, everybody. And good morning, Marcus, and good morning, who's on there too? Thomas. Good morning, Thomas. How are you doing? Greetings to Germany. I hope you guys overseas, you're having a phenomenal Saturday. It's already 4 o'clock p.m. over in Germany. Wow. Good morning, Spitz YT. How are you doing? We are waiting a few more minutes. Yeah, it's very windy today here in New York, especially by the water. But it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. All right, 10 a.m. on the East Coast here in New York. A very warm welcome to all of our viewers, wherever you are, all over the world. It's a fantastic sunny but very humid day here in New York today. I was a little bit concerned when I was driving here to Bayswater Park in Queens because we had the remnants of Hurricane Debbie yesterday, and we had tons of rain, and in like upstate New York they were up to like 4 inches of rain. And when I was driving down here from upstate New York, I have to go all the way through Pennsylvania, and it was like crazy things going on, like even fire stations where water was coming in, and they had to rescue people left and right. So well, I actually had to do a little bit of a detour. It was about a 45 minutes detour where streets were flooded and everything. So I was a little bit concerned, but it turns out it is a beautiful day. Just basically some paddles left a little bit, but not too crazy anymore. And my spot here is a little bit elevated and dry, so the water really won't bother me. We have low tide too at the moment, so the water is coming in later on, but we're good, we are fine. So what do we expect for today? Another great Saturday here in New York at JFK Airport. Another great Saturday of live plane spotting. We expect to be here for around usually 3 p.m. So I usually have Lufthansa 380 from Munich as my last airplane. Let's see how this one goes today. It's very hot and humid, so this time I have plenty of water. All right, let's see what we have on the lineup. Quite some activity. Sorry guys, need to adjust. This is JetBlue to Nassau, to the Bahamas. Isn't that beautiful? But guys, I can tell the weather over there at the moment is not much better than here. So we basically have Bahamas weather. Nice breeze going on. And that's actually the first time we have our new audio system completely up and running. I hope you can hear me well and the sound is good. All right, we have Etihad A380 already in, and that's Alaska Airlines 737. What is it, Max 8, Max 9? I haven't checked flight radar at the moment. Will do, guys. We'll do in a second. All right. There's lots of activity going on. So, let me see what we have. Many thanks to Marcus. He's already active and pulling up the flights. He said, here's a list of the new arrivals. JetBlue 321 long range from London Heathrow. That's amazing. Delta E75 from Nashville coming up. MNG Airbus A330. Freighter from Liège in Belgium. And JetBlue 320 from Kingston in Jamaica. And one of my favorites too, Uzbekistan 787-8 Dreamliner. Awesome. Let me see what we have. Today we have, we have 1-3 left departures. No, 3-1 left departures, excuse me. And 3-1 right landings. We have basically strong wind coming from the west. So no hope today for the 4th to be active, unfortunately, or for the 2-2s. But you never know, maybe in the afternoon when the European traffic is about to come in, maybe they let some airplanes in on 2-2 left. We had that actually, was it last Saturday? I think so. We had actually 3 runways active. We had 1-3 right departures, we had 1-3 left landings, and we have 2-2 left landings. That was pretty rare that I saw actually 3 runways active here at JFK. Pretty busy. Pretty busy. Was a cool day. Let me see. Next flight is JetBlue A320 to St. Martin. Guys, can you let me know if you hear wind noise? It's pretty windy here today, but I did my best working with the windscreens and whatever we have. So I hope there's not much windscreen and not much wind noise going on. And we also have Bernd Kunze. Good morning, or good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon at your side of the Atlantic. Good morning at my side of the Atlantic. All right, let me see what we have left. We have Delta 757 coming up here. 757-200 flight to Mexico City. That I think I need to log into my flight radar accounts. Looks like they locked me out. Yeah, so how's everyone doing? Having a fantastic weekend? I hope so. We can expect sunshine here in New York the entire weekend, and I consider actually having a second day tomorrow as well. We have the approval for tomorrow here as well, and so we should be good. Let's see how it goes today. And tomorrow will be a little bit cooler, which would be fantastic, but as long as you get this little breeze from the ocean, or from the ocean arm, what we have here, as long as it is, it's absolutely good. It's not like the dry air you have usually in California when you're in LA. You have bone dry air. You don't even feel the heat too much. But here it's very humid, and it's like, especially after the hurricane, or the remnants of the Hurricane Debbie, the humidity is really high. Let's see, Delta. Take some time. All right, here she goes. And we have Cathay A350 1000 coming up too. Guys, stand by 1 second. I just need to log into my flight radar. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We are back. That's good. So, what do we have next? Marcus pulled up the next heavy arrivals. Asiana 350-900 from Seoul, Korean Air A380, Air France 350-900, Japan Airlines 350-1000. Oh, the red one, the red A350 with the 1000 sticker from Tokyo Haneda. We have ANA 777-300 also from Tokyo Haneda, and Singapore 777-300 from Frankfurt, Germany. Guten Morgen. And we see Hawaiian 330-200 is coming up as well. Lots of outgoing traffic at the moment. Usually the first really decent arrivals, they come in at around 9 o'clock, where we have the Etihad 380 I was actually there, but the park wasn't open yet, so I had to wait for a little bit till they opened up the park. So there are not many things that you can do sometimes, right? But I was prepared. Hi Marco, good morning. And we have JetBlue A320. This is the flight to Cartagena, wherever that is. Never been there, I don't know. Looks nice, right? The 320 right in front of the A350 1000. All right, let's see. A nice lineup. Well, the Cathay Pacific with the 350 is very active here at JFK. They have, I guess, 3 or 4 flights per day from Hong Kong with the 350-1000. Not sure if one of the night flights is a 777-300. But they could be all 350-1000. Well, actually, Cathay, I have a really good memory in regards of Cathay. That was my first long haul flight from Frankfurt, Germany to Hong Kong. Back in the days with the 747-400, where they carried the Victor Romeo registration, and it was Victor Romeo Hotel Oscar Tango. That was my first experience going long distance all the way to Hong Kong. I haven't tracked it when it was. It must have been somewhere in the early 90s, 94 or 94-ish, right? It was actually before Hong Kong. That was back in the days under the British government, until Hong Kong went back to China. That was in 1997, right? So I was actually in Hong Kong back then aircraft spotting at 97, and basically the last week, right? The last week of Hong Kong Kai Tak before the country, or before the territory of Hong Kong was given back or handed back over to China. That was a pretty amazing experience, especially like we had almost 1 week of blue sky at Kai Tak, and back in the days I still shot slides, and these were one of the most beautiful slides I've ever shot, and the checkerboard approach from the other side of the airport, that was really awesome. So really great memories to Hong Kong and to Hong Kong Kai Tak. Well, actually in 97 I was 3 times in Kai Tak. Just I really wanted to max it out, and it was really great. It was really great. So yeah, So you know my little story about Hong Kong and Cathay Pacific. Marcus says Cartagena is on the north coast of Colombia. Here we go, Marcus. Thank you. Great information. Guys, can you tell if the picture is a little bit overexposed? Might be on my it might just be my monitor. And I'm gonna check my camera. Let me see. Should be a neutral, but I can see how this one goes. Marcus, can you see on your screen if the exposure is correct? I think it looks better now. The picture is all right. Okay, all right. Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate it. Nice bank to the left. And there she goes. Great. Delta 321. Awesome. Let's keep an eye on the Hawaiian 330-200. So it's a fantastic livery. Well, over in LA, they already arrived with they already fly in with the Dreamliner 787-9. But here we still get the 330-200. They actually came in last night with a 330-300 freighter, operated by Hawaiian. That's actually Amazon Air that outsourced the contracts for their A330-300 freighters to Hawaiian Air because they have the crews and they have the type ratings. So I saw it coming in. I think it was after midnight, somewhere. So still fingers crossed that one day we'll see a freighter here, an Amazon Air freighter operated by Hawaiian Airlines. What do we have on arrival? Currently not much. On the other side there's an Delta connection, Embraer 175 coming in from Richmond, that's in Virginia. And then we have on 3-1 left, should be 3-1 left, Asiana 350-900 coming in from Seoul on a 13 hours flight. Wow, not too bad. We keep an eye on that one. But we also keep an eye on Hawaiian Airlines. That is flight 51 to Honolulu on a 330-200 coming up in a few minutes. Well, actually, Asiana is coming in 3-1 right, so that's on the other side, all the way on the other side. Here she comes. Hawaiian flight 51 to Honolulu, Hawaii. Do you guys hear the water in the background? The waves? It's a beautiful place. It's really a beautiful place. We are tucked away in the corner so we don't bother anyone. The signal is great. Now where you know where you need to go, right? So I can remember our first tests with Thomas from our dear friend Thomas from Germany with his channel Fluggesellschaft.de, fluggesellschaft.de. That's Thomas' channel. And when we had the first tries, security was bothering us a little bit, and we learned it. We learned how to be here. We learned what is mandatory to be here. We find out the best spots, who they are, with the signal, especially with the signal. It can be critical if you just like a few yards or a few meters. If you're just a few yards away from that spot, you might have not a signal at all. So that could be a challenge, but all good, all good. Hawaiian flight 51 to Honolulu. Guys, it's the first time I'm operating with an external microphone that is connected into our mixer. Can you give me some feedback if you are able to hear the aircraft and the engines? There she goes. Awesome. Marcus says next departure, JetBlue A320 to San Jose. On the tip, Baja California in Mexico. And he says next departure is coming up, Delta connection to Washington, D.C., Ronald Reagan National, right? That's the other airport. Delta 750T to St. Martin, Caribbean Sea, and JetBlue 300 to San Antonio in Texas. I was pretty surprised the other day when I was looking up the range that these 220s have. That is crazy. They even fly East Coast to West Coast with these 220s. And these are 5-hour flights. So they operate safe on a 5-hour flight with the fuel. That was a surprise to me. Here we have the Delta flight 1887, flight to St. Martin in the Caribbean, to famous Mao Beach. Also a great place to be. Sorry guys, I was just adjusting something on the mixer. On the audio mixer. I think now we can hear the engines a little bit better, right? It's a nice lineup. Definitely it is. All right, I guess we missed the Asian after 5900 from Seoul, but no problem. We will get more airplanes coming in. Not a problem at all. Okay, Marcus, let's see. I'm gonna put up the levers. I mean, we are pretty far away, quite frankly, from the runway here, right across the water. It might look a little bit closer. Might appear a little bit closer, but we are pretty far away. So that's why I actually invested in an external shotgun microphone that hopefully picks up the sounds pretty good from the departing aircraft. Just let me know a little bit, and I can adjust the volume. See, this is Delta 737 coming in from Tampa, Florida. I used to live there actually in Tampa in 2022. That is a beautiful piece of earth here in the United States. Tampa, Florida. Absolutely fantastic. Well, actually, I really miss it. It was great. It adjusted also pretty quick to this immense humidity in summertime. I loved it. Going back in a heartbeat. Let's see. Hopefully, maybe one day, you never know, right? Never say never. All right. We have more JetBlues coming up. But we also have, what do we have here on approach? Delta from San Juan. Well, let's see. Would actually be great if we could get some JetBlue special liveries. I haven't seen much here in JFK, and I know they have a bunch of them. A bunch of them on their 320s. Keep fingers crossed. Hopefully. Hopefully, you never know. Sorry guys, I still need to adjust to the panning. When you pan with full 600 millimeters, the slightest touch to the tripod arm is like a jump at the picture. So bear with me here. I'm trying my best. All right. Big lineup. What do we have next in the lineup? We have JetBlue, flight 1698 on a 321 to Liberia. Interesting. I think that's not the Liberia in Africa. I cannot imagine they fly there. Then the next one we have another Delta 757-200. That's flight 680 to San Francisco, California. Also on my bucket list one day. And then behind the Delta we have a Delta Connection. That's Endeavor Airlines, flight 4976, flight to Indianapolis. Let's see what we have on the arrival. Arrival is pretty slow at the moment. Let's have a look what Marcus is digging out. In Europe, Air Baltic flies 3 times a week with Airbus 220-300 from Riga in Latvia to Dubai. Wow, I didn't know that. That is pretty amazing. That's normally a 6 to 6:30 hours flights. The last 2 flights were nearly 7 hours and 30 minutes. Caused problems because of problems in the region. Yes, we all heard about that one. And we pray for peace. That's what we do. We pray for peace. But that is amazing. That is absolutely stunning that they that they can do almost 7 hours and 30 minutes flights on a 220. That is absolutely crazy. I wasn't expecting that. I was really flattened when I saw that they fly East Coast to West Coast with these airplanes. But 7 hours pulling out of a 220. Wow, that's crazy. Now let's see what we have coming in on arrival. Here we go. Air France 350-900 coming in from Paris on 31 right. All right. I was just talking about actually the JetBlue 320 in special livery, and I think the New York Mets one took off, the green one. Not sure. I might have seen it on the side of my eye. Now we have Korean 380 on arrival just in a few minutes. So we don't want to miss that one. That's why we stay here. On approach. No, on the lineup. Yep. Beats thank you, Korean 380. After that, Air France. And Marcus says, yep, Korean 380 on final approach. So we are waiting for that one. Here he comes. There he is. Korean 380 from Seoul. right, we have Delta 757 line up on runway 31 left, and that's the flight to San Francisco, flight 680. And Marcus says the Korean 380 lands after more than 30 hours in the air. Yeah, crazy, right? Imagine, Marcus, the flight from Singapore, that is the longest commercial flight on the 350 XLR, coming into, I guess, Newark, right? Where they fly to? How long? Like 16, 17 hours? Oh my God. I'm already sweating like for 2 hours in the airplane. Here she goes on her way to San Francisco, California. All right. Let's see what we have next. We have on 31 right, Flare, coming in from Toronto, Canada. All right, let's see what we have next. We have good news. Japan Airlines Flight 6 coming in from Tokyo Haneda, the A350 with a sticker on 350 1000 on final approach. We'll get that one. Here she comes. All right, cool. That was a nice one. I'm looking forward for her being on departure. Where you hear the seagulls. That microphone picks up really everything. Every noise. Crazy. Yeah, I'm looking forward for this 350 on departure, lining up on runway 31 left later on. It's going to be with a nice, beautiful sun. So we have next arrival, Singapore 777-300 coming in from Frankfurt in Germany. Nice. That was flight 26. That flight is actually coming from Singapore, and then they make a stop in Frankfurt. Then it leaves Frankfurt. I think they still leave at 8:20, 8:25, maybe 8:30 a.m. And then to be here at usually 11, so they might be a little bit early. I took this flight actually a lot. It's very convenient because at that time when you arrive here at JFK, immigration is a breeze. So you really run through immigration with not much going on. You get your baggage really quick, and that's one of the best flights you can take from Frankfurt or from Europe in general. Coming here to JFK, you're out of the plane quick, you're through immigration quick, you get your luggage quick. Like when you arrive with these European flights that come in usually at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock local time, yeah, wait time. That's a lot of wait time. Oh, we have ANA 777-300 coming in from Tokyo, Haneda. Another one. So we first had Japan Airlines, now we have ANA. I was hoping for the Pokemon today, but we got lucky with the Japan Airlines 351,000 sticker. All right, what do we have next? I can't see anything significant on arrival. There's one flight, JetBlue A321 Neo, coming in from Santo Domingo. Let's see. And Gervin says, hello from Bodensee, Lake Constance. Gervin, good afternoon. How are you doing? Welcome to Planes and Friends. Welcome to New York live plane spotting. That is Delta 767-300, flight 9963, a domestic flight to Salt Lake City in Utah. It's also one of Delta's hubs. I remember them when we had them daily in Stuttgart, Germany. Delta 116 coming in and Delta 117 leaving Stuttgart daily. We first had 767-300s, and then later on they changed to the 400s. not sure if they still operate from Atlanta daily into Stuttgart, or if they have 5 flights a week or 6 flights a week. I don't know as of now, but yeah, great times. Then I can remember also there was a flight from Newark with United into Stuttgart with a 757-200 from Newark, but unfortunately they canceled that flight. So I hope they will bring it back with the new 321 long ranges when they get them. That would be the perfect aircraft for the perfect distance for the best airport in the world, right? Stuttgart? No? No? Come on. Nothing coming in? No. All right. Let's see. Samuel says, I don't know, Japan Airlines operated out of the American Airlines terminal. Aren't they part of the One World Alliance? I think so, right, Samuel? If memory serves me right, they are part of One World. We see Singapore 777-300 taxiing in the background to the terminal. All right, what do we have next on arrival? So far, I only can see another JetBlue, an Embraer 190 coming in from Boston. With a 45 minutes flight. That's quite a short hop from the Northeast, from New England. And then we have another JetBlue 320, flight 602, coming in from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. Yeah, around the time it's a little bit slower here in JFK. It usually picks up at around 11:15, 11:30, and then we have basically non-stop action. Marcus, thank you. He says more heavy arrivals. British Airways 777-200 from London. Egypt Air 777-300 from Cairo, Delta 767-300 from Barcelona in Spain, Delta 330-900 Neo from Atlanta, nice, another Delta 330-300 from Milan in Italy, Norse 787-9 Dreamliner from Rome, and then a Virgin Atlantic 330-900 Neo from London, and the last one Delta 767-400 in the SkyTeam livery from Madrid. So quite some nice heavies coming in, just in a few here at Planes and Friends. If you're new here, please leave a like and a subscribe. It helps the channel grow. We are still a very, very small channel, but yeah, let me tell you, we're here to stay. We don't go anywhere. It's following one of the most beautiful hobbies you can have, plane spotting, right? You're out in the fresh air, you're out in the elements. Plane spotting is full of surprises. You never know what you will see, right? Even like you have today, you have Flight Radar. When I was starting plane spotting, I didn't even have a cell phone, so you can guess I'm a little bit of an older guy. But it was a fantastic guy. You were lurking around the airport, and you had no clue what was coming in. You might gotten the chance to look on a daily flight plan. But still, until today, like with even the new technology, what you have, you never know. It's full of surprises, and I think that this is what it makes it so interesting. Like when I started, we still had from time to time operations with DC-10s and still some 707s and DC-8s. So, but they were on the way out. Like I just remember the great airport of Ostend in Belgium, where they had like, oh my God, so many 707s and DC-8s and Illusion 76s and you name it. They had it. Spent quite some time there. It was absolutely fantastic. Skype Air, like anyone remembers Skype Air or TMA of Lebanon with their 707, with the green 707. Oh my God, these were the great days. African International with their DC-8s. Fantastic. I miss these days actually, because today, the engines got quieter, like everything gets more fuel efficient. Back in the day, there was a smoke trail of that plane on departure and on arrival, both. It was great. Great. Hear the seagulls? All right. Let me see. Marco says, which holiday getting busier? Marco, don't know exactly what you mean, but yeah, you're right. Which holiday, right? What is a vacation? I mean, I just told my wife yesterday when we were watching another live stream from California, Airline Videos Live, and was telling her, look, it was just 6 weeks ago when we were there. It feels like an eternity. It feels like forever. All right. So, which holiday? You're right, Marco. And now we have 777-200 from British Airways coming in from London Heathrow. From London. Here we go. What do you have next? We have Saudia 777-300. That's the flight to Riyadh, the flight 22. And then Delta 767-300 to Honolulu. Thanks, Marcus. Much appreciated. Yep, Marcus, here is the 767 to Honolulu. It's a big destination for New Yorkers, actually. So you see quite a lot of flights, not just from LA or from Chicago, also here from JFK, and also on the other side from New York with United. Have you ever flown Saudi? I haven't. Never been to Saudi Arabia. And take off. Turn and burn. And that's Delta 767-300 to Honolulu, non-stop flight. Yeah, this one takes a later turn, I think because of the turbulences of the Saudi 777. But let me see if you can see the skyline. Welcome to New York. As I have to adjust my tripod. It's a little bit soft ground here. Or is it good? Let's see. Right, bear with me, guys. I'm just adjusting the tripod one notch. All right. All right. Yeah, it's not concrete or tar. I'm a little bit on a soft ground here, but no, I think we should be good. All right, next arrival. All right. Marco says, what is Brazil plane? Marco, I'm not sure if you are referring to the ATR that crashed sadly yesterday. So I don't know. I have seen the videos. I think you can see them on YouTube. I don't want to speculate or so. It just looks for me that the aircraft stalled. Basically was in a spiral down when it stalled. But what caused it, and was there any problem with the aircraft, or if it was pilot error, I don't know. I let's just wait until we know more, until the investigations are out, and I'm pretty sure we will know soon about what was going on there. But what a tragedy, right? Crashed into a housing area. Thank God no one was injured or killed in the housing area. But yeah, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. Let me see what we have on arrival. We have Delta 330-900 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. And we have Delta flight 129 coming in from Barcelona. That looks like a 3-1 left arrival. Hello, Alvin. Good morning. Greetings from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Awesome channel. Thank you very much. Amazing quality. Your camera working is top notch. Thank you. Thank you, Alvin. I'm trying my best. Thanks for showcasing my hometown. I'll be there in a few weeks. Well, then, Alvin, glad to have you back. And Meanwhile, just enjoy the show. Lean back and relax. Just subscribed. Thank you very much, Olvin. Much appreciated. We are still a very small channel, right? But we are here to stay. I'm in this hobby for more than 30 years, I would say. So actually nothing new for me. Just switched a little bit from photography, which I'm still doing actually. I'm still taking pictures, right? But just added the video part to it. All right, what do we have next? We have American Airlines flight 688, a 737-800 to Miami. Olvin says, thanks so much. I've been waiting for a channel like this from New York, right? We're lucky to have you in New York. Congrats, buddy. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Well, I actually started spotting from this location at Space Water Park. Oh my God, it was in the... Oh, let me think about it. It was in the 2000s, someone, when no one was even thinking about videoing and live streaming and everything. I think I still shot slides here from this location. So I'm very well known. It looked a little bit different back then. But it is a beautiful, beautiful place. It's very nice nature around. You're by the water. You always get a fresh breath of air. Like even right now, we should be in the 90s temperature-wise, or at least mid-80s, but it's always a nice breeze coming from the water, so you're not really being grilled by the sun. It's a beautiful location. I guess you can hear the water in the background, the waves. All right. Moment there is American 321 flight 33 departing to Los Angeles LAX, and then we have coming up JetBlue 321 to San Francisco, also another flight to the West Coast. That one to the West Coast. The locals, right? They are based at JFK. The locals. Keep fingers crossed. Hopefully that we will see one of their special liveries on their 320s. Haven't seen them so far. I think I might have missed the New York Mets one when it departed earlier on, but keep fingers crossed. You never know. Awesome. And we have next Delta, another Delta, 1514 on 737-900 flight 1514 to Miami, Florida. Alvin says, glad you're now catering to aviation enthusiasts. I have ever been, actually, Alvin. I've always been one. And when you look into my basement in Germany, with the amount of slides that I have down there coming from that era, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So I always have been one, like even before I got my first camera. So and here we talk about the 80s, right? I was always paddling with my bike to the airport because back then I didn't have a camera. It was not that easy, and it was pretty costly back then. And all the films and developments and yeah. So I paddled with my bike to the airport. It was Stuttgart Airport, and right, just watching planes, and just enjoying that beautiful hobby. This is how I got started. And then later on, I saved myself up for a little camera and got into, and then the rest is history. Traveled all over the world for that amazing hobby. Actually, a lot of times too. I just talked about it earlier on. Lots of time to the old airport in Hong Kong, Kai Tak. It was beautiful. 3 times in 1997, just before the airport got handed over back to China from the UK. I missed the Pepsi Concorde, by the way, in Hong Kong. I didn't see that one. I wasn't there that week. But lots of continents, lots of countries, tons of airports. It was and still is. It is a great time. All right, the Delta flight 737-900 to Miami, Florida. That's a 321 Neo. I haven't checked Flight Radar where this one goes. It's a one-man show here, guys. So I'm camera operator. I'm a tech support. I am a Flight Radar operator. Sound operator. YouTube chat operator. Multitasking, right? Multitasking. To the best I can. All right. We see here, that should be Atlas Air. Former LAN Chile. That is Atlas Air. Flight GTI 551 to Anchorage, Alaska. Former LAN Chile livery. coming up in just a few minutes. We have another wide body lining up, 777-200 from American. Flying to Tokyo, Haneda. Sorry guys, when the pannings are a little bit jumpy. This is our full 600 millimeters, 600. So every little touch on the arm is like makes like the picture jumping. So I'm trying my best to keep it as smooth as somehow possible to you. And we have Frontier, actually with a 321, is it? 321 Neo? That's a rare one. I think they only operate 1 or 2 flights in the JFK, so they are pretty rare actually at JFK. All right, let me check. We have another Delta 321 flight to Fort Lauderdale on taxi holding position, waiting for lining up. And then behind we have the Atlas 777-200X Land Chile, right behind on the flight to Anchorage, Alaska. Here they come. But we'll stay on the 777. Marcus says, Marco, the departures are planned for 4:05 p.m. the 330-900 and 5:40 p.m. for the 330-200. See, there's not much going on currently on arrival, but that usually changes pretty quick here at JFK, right? From one minute to the other. So I'm planning to pull off another live stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. Sunday traffic is usually a little bit different, right? A little bit different. So that's great. Maybe from 10 to 2. That's what my plan is, because after that I have to drive for 3 hours going north. So I cannot extend that for too long. But that's the plans as of now. The weather should stay nice and sunny and a little bit with a nice fresh breeze. So stay tuned. I will put it up on YouTube later on. So if you want to be here tomorrow with me at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we're just having a great time doing some aircraft spotting from JFK again. And we also see Qatar Airways coming up, taxiing up in their 25th anniversary livery. Awesome, amazing. Coming up in a few minutes here on Planes and Friends. If you're new here, please leave a like and a subscribe. Very much appreciated. We are still a small channel. We are still trying to grow. And if you like what you see, please give us a like. On our way to Anchorage, Alaska, on runway 31 left. One of the longest runways in the US. Sorry guys, we have a lot of lantern flies here sitting on my camera equipment. Here we have Qatar 777-300. First time I actually see it. So that's a very nice surprise. See, that's what I just mentioned earlier on. You never know what you will see. Even with all the technology that we have today, with all the cell phones and flight radar and everything. But once you see that one, it just makes your day. That just makes your day. And I'm a big sucker for these retro liveries. I love them. I love them. Marcus, that's no problem. I truly appreciate your support, and whenever you're on, and you're a great you're great support, and that's perfectly fine. Family is always first, guys. Real quick, there's a Delta coming in on 31 left. We want to take that one. right. Qatar 777-300 and the 25th anniversary livery. All right, nice. Qatar on her flight to Doha. And that's Delta 321. Taking off on runway 31 left. Alright guys, let me have a look on Flight Radar. What's going on here? We currently have a little bit of a slower arrival. We have Delta coming in 31 left from Detroit at the CRJ 900. I'm still need to get used to that these are now Mitsubishi's CRJ 900, right? Back in the good old days, these were Bombardier. And then we have Caribbean Airways on a 737-8 MAX coming in from Kingston, Jamaica in just 5 minutes. And then we also have a nice freighter on approach to JFK. It looks like ABX Air 767-200 coming in from Cincinnati. That freighter, guys, That freighter is 40 years old. That's definitely one of the top 5 of the oldest 767s still in operation. That is phenomenal. And it looks like that freighter is coming in here on 31 left. And then we have Virgin Atlantic, flight 3 November, flight 3 coming in from London Heathrow on a 330 Neo. So, it's getting busy here. That's great. That's awesome. But I want to focus on that 40-year-old 767-200. That's definitely a highlight. Fantastic. It looks like it's coming in here on 31 left. It's coming from the south side. Keep fingers crossed. Hopefully it doesn't turn over to 31 right. Would be a little bit too far out. It would actually make sense to go on 31 right because just where the cargo area is located at. But so far it looks like a 31 left arrival. Yeah, and Marcus, more heavy arrivals. Virgin, just talked about it. ABX freighter, Delta 767-400 in SkyTeam livery. And lots of widebodies now coming in. Thanks, Marcus. And now here she comes, ABX 767-200 freighter on 31 left, 40 years old. Now guys, when this airplane was assembled, oh my god, I don't know if I should tell you that. I was born when this airplane was assembled, but I didn't have a driver's license back then. Let's swivel over to the Virgin Atlantic 330-900 Neo coming in from London Heathrow, and that's flight 3. That's on 31 right. All right, and we have Alaska. We have Alaska on the taxiway, lining up runway 31 left, and that's a flight to Portland, Oregon. That's Alaska flight 19, and that's a 737-800. Next arrival is JetBlue. That's a 220-300 coming in also from Portland. See, that was one of the West Coast, East Coast flights I was just talking about not too long ago, right? That's actually let me see. No, that's not the Portland in Oregon. I'm sorry. That's Portland, Maine, actually. That's Portland, Maine. That's a 1-hour flight. So, sorry for that. And then we have also on approach Delta connection. That's Republic Airways with an Embraer 170 and 175. And that flight is coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. All right. Let's have a look on the Alaska. 737-800. No turn and burn. Turn and wait. Line up and wait. Runway 31 left. Guys, last time when I was here was it last week? The sun was like really burning down, so both of my iPads completely went out. They completely overheated. I was praying my computer is making it for MacBook here. So yes, the computer made it, thank God, but both iPads went completely out. They were overheating. So today that breathe, oh my God, it helps a lot. It helps a ton actually. Here we have Emirates 380 coming up as well in just a few minutes here on Planes and Friends. Yeah, so we named the channel Planes and Friends, and there's a good reason for it. Oh, before I allude to that, look at that. We were just talking about it. We were just talking about JetBlue's special liveries, right? And here she comes. Here she comes. That is JetBlue Flight 401 to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's the Vets in Blue livery. Amazing. And Marcus says, the 767-200 freighter of ABX is the 6th oldest. Well, I was close at least. It was flying for the last half year. 2 times Raja Raya Airways from Malaysia. 2 times ABX. 1 Astral Aviation from Hong Kong, and 1 Maersk Air daily from Leipzig to Rome. Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing here. You still see a lot of these ABX freighters basically all over the country. And I think the oldest 767 freighter is actually being operated still by ABX here. I'm not sure if this is a Type 300 or a Type 200, but they're also one of my favorite aircraft. So they're really great. They're really good. Now, let's see. We have an inbound here. And let's go over real quick. That's SkyTeam livery. 767. we go. Yeah, so I was actually naming this channel Planes and Friends for a good reason. First of all, right, that's the passion for aviation. That is the passion for airplanes. And as I've been doing this hobby or this passion for over 30 years now, I met a lot of people on that journey. And basically people all over the globe. Literally all over the globe. I met phenomenal, nice people from Japan, and it was in the 90s. Charlie, if you watch that, greetings over to you, to beautiful Japan. He was coming over one day with his wife, and we did aircraft spotting in the 90s together, back in the days where communication was not that advanced as it is today, right? And I met a lot of really, really great people from all over the world, from Australia, of course from all over Europe, also from the US. I was back then actually trading slides from people all over the world, and someone that was working on the ramp here in JFK that was also in the 90s. It was fantastic. So the friends part of this channel is basically dedicated to all the people I have met so far in my plane spotting life. And these are friendships, they last until today. And it is so much more when you learn about other people's cultures, when you get to know their families, and just like, it is so much more than just the airplanes. And that's the reason why I named this channel Planes and Friends, dedicated to the people I basically come across in this over 30 years enduring plane spotting life. So we have Emirates 380 coming up in a few minutes, the flight to Dubai. They also have a few flights here to JFK from Dubai with a 380. I think they're the largest 380 operator in the world. Quite a few with their fleet. Now also we're getting high tide here. Water is coming in, but we're safe, we're good. We're on an elevated place, so everything's all right. And usually here at Bayswater Park, we know, like when the high tide gets in, all the fishermen are coming out and try to catch some fish. So it's a beautiful place where you share your hobby also with people that are into fishing, and they might not be so into airplanes. They just see them, right? When they do their fishing here, you also see the boats going out. But yeah, it's great. Love it. Marcus says the oldest 767 freighter is a 200 from Raya Airlines. Okay, all right. I thought they were with ABX. Built in September 82. Couldn't even walk back then. Marcus, you're absolutely right. I'll tell you what, Marcus. I was 12 years old. Now you know how old I am. I was 12 years old in 1982. And already infested with that aviation, with that plane virus. I saw the airplanes, and it was just where I lived, and compared to where the airport was in Stuttgart, it was quite a distance. It's like half an hour by car, so I couldn't make it very often to the airport. But yeah, it was an interesting time, Marcus. The good old 80s, right? The good old 80s. Still love them, still enjoy them, especially the music. go. Fully loaded. Hot outside temperatures. And a very shallow climb. And soon a nice left bank over the city. Well, not really over the city, because there's LaGuardia. Traffic conflicting. Here she goes to Dubai. And we have another Delta 767-300 that is lined up on runway 31 left. And that flight goes to Los Angeles, California. That's flight 773. And Spitz said, "It's all your fault, Jens. I will be back in New York in September for the 4th time in 12 months. God, I love this city, and it took me 52 years to discover it. Spitz YT. Come on, September is around the corner, not too long anymore. If you want to do some aircraft spotting, let me know." It's a fantastic city, I can tell you, and it's changing rapidly, and it's always changing, right? The Big Apple, it's always changing. It can be very crowded, but you also have times like when I come here, I usually leave my home. It's over in New Jersey at around 7:30 when I start my show at 10. So it usually takes me like an hour to get here. And it's not too far away, guys. It's not too far away. But I mean, when I talk about an hour to come here, that means the traffic is not that bad. But going home, it almost takes me 2 hours, so double the time, because I have to face all the traffic from the traffic that mostly arrives from Europe, that leaves the Bell Parkway. So it can be a challenge, but I love this city. I love this city. I was lucky that I worked there for quite some years, so it's a great place. All right, that was Delta. All right, let me see. We have another Delta flight to Las Vegas with the 321neo. It's still the flight 807 that is currently waiting for the lineup for runway 31 left. We have some domestic flights coming up here. Let me see what we have on approach. We have another Delta coming in here from Paris, from Charles de Gaulle. That's 767-400. We'll be here in just a few seconds. Here she comes. That's a 3-1 right arrival. I was just thinking about if she comes in 3-1 left, but no, that's a 3-1 right arrival. It's quite an interesting and rare aircraft, the 767-400, right? I think I talked about it in one of my last shows. I'm not sure if the audio was good enough that you guys got it. But it only got delivered to 2 airlines and to 1 private owner, as far as memory serves me right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. To Delta and to United. These are the 2 only airline operators. And then I think is it Qatar Emiri that operates them as a private operator. Sometimes you see it in London or in Zurich, Switzerland. Their private 767-400. So, yeah, it's quite interesting. Sorry, guys. And Jose says, good morning. Good morning, Jose. How are you doing? And Wifey is on the chat too. Hello, Wifey. Greetings from Myra's Craftings. She has a show at 1 p.m., guys. All about beads, all about jewelry, all about pens and you name it. Now we have a 757 coming in, Delta, on 3-1 left. Yeah, guys, they get rarer and rarer, these 757-200s. I love them. I love them. All right. All right. Let me see what we have next. Currently we have an American Eagle, JFK to Indianapolis. That's an Embraer 175, currently lining up on runway 131 left. And then we have one of the very rare props coming into JFK. Cape Air with the Cessna 402 coming from, where is it? Saranac Lake, wherever this is. It's an hour and a half of a flight. And we have another Delta, a 767-300 coming from Dublin. It's a short hop. It's a 6 hours and 47 minutes flight. Could be 3-1 left too, so on our side of the runway. From beautiful Dublin in Ireland. Give you a little view from the city. Isn't that beautiful? The skyline of Manhattan. It's a little bit hazy today. We had clearer days. I can remember when I did my first live stream, or my test actually, with Thomas over in Germany from Fluggesellschaft.de. Was a super clear and dry day, super sunny. The skyline was super clear. It was great. And Marcus says on arrivals on 31 right comes in a very heavy, very heavy, right? That's Cape Air, the Cessna 402, we're just talking about. Yeah, northeast side of the country. Northeast of New York State. Is it from New York? No, I think it's from Massachusetts. I'm not sure about that one. And I also see Korean cargo taxiing to runway 31 left. A cargo flight straight to Seoul. They might have a daily cargo flight to Seoul. Also, if memory serves me right, because they also are operating into Anchorage from here, from JFK. And we also get some traffic actually from Anchorage. So quite some cargo traffic is actually coming in from Anchorage, Alaska. And we have Runway coming up too. On the 787-8 Dreamliner. All right. Going over to Delta 767-300. Here we have another Alaska Airlines flight, taxiing to runway 31 left. Which I currently don't have on my flight radar. Do I? No. Oh, sorry. Here it is. That's flight 23 to Seattle. Seattle, Washington. All right, so Korean Air Cargo 777-200 is coming up here. That's the flight to Seoul, to Korea, South Korea. And then we have Royal Air Maroc flight 203 to Casablanca on the 787-8 Dreamliner. in between, in between the Dreamliner and the 777, we have American Eagle and Embraer 175 on the flight to Worcester. Worcester. The famous word Worcester. With the sauce. I have no idea if I pronounce it correctly, guys. I don't know. It's, for some people, it's hard to pronounce. And we have a heavy and inbound. That is American 777-200. All right. We have Korean 777 about to line up runway 31 left. Here on the west side of the airport. That's the west side. Or basically the southwest side. Marco says, Kevin and Rudy be on tomorrow? Yes, they have their big Sunday show. Tomorrow from LA. Here we go. Take off. Carina Cargo 777-200 to Seoul. She goes, and we want to look over to Royal Amber Rock. Isn't the 740, or wasn't the 747-400 from the government of Morocco just a few days ago in Los Angeles? I guess, right? Beautiful 747-400. Go over here real quick. We have a real nice one. That is High Sky 330-200. That's a Romanian airline coming in from Bucharest. here we are back to the Dreamliner, Royal Amarok. Just got a sandwich out. A little bit hungry. Didn't have actually breakfast in the morning. I usually don't eat before 12 o'clock. It's a beautiful livery, isn't it? Yeah, Marcus, that Worcester, I think that's where the sauce is from. The famous Worcester sauce, or however you pronounce it, I don't know. Sorry, guys. All right, here she goes to Casablanca. All right, I'm back. Just took a bite of my sandwich and a sip of water to stay hydrated. Next flight is JetBlue 321. All right. What do we have next? Marcus says, more heavies. Atlas 747 freighter from Anchorage. Nice. Then we have American Airlines 777-300 and Air India 777-300. I think that's a departure. They arrive early, right around 7 o'clock, Air India. Delta from Lisbon, Air France 777. Turkish 777 and Khalida 747. Nice. There's going to be some nice traffic coming in. So far they are too far out. I can't see them on Flight Radar. Well, actually, thank God. Like today, Flight Radar is working properly. Like last week, we had a lot of issues with was a lot of delay. All right. There's a lot of bugs here. A lot of they're so-called lanternflies. They're very invasive. So people should actually stab on them. Let's see what's going on with the microphone. I think it's the cable. Well, you know, that's also kind of a JFK experience, that you really have times where really not much is going on, and then you have like a half an hour where you don't know where to basically point your camera on. So yeah, welcome to the JFK experience. But we have now Atlas coming in from Anchorage in Snow White. Flight 8241, a 747-400 freighter, 16 years old. But before that happens, guys, I just switch the cable for that external microphone. Stand by real quick. All right, that sounds better, right? Brand new mic. Looks like the cable it's not the greatest, so let's go over to Atlas on short final. Here she comes, all white. Nice, and we have another air. Could be ABX Air. Let me see. 767-300 coming up. Operated by ABX Air, DHL. Flight to Cincinnati, Ohio. And yeah, even like I prefer the 4th runways. Like this is my absolute favorite. When they depart on the 4 right, and you have the skyline of Manhattan in the background. So we need northern winds in order for that to happen, right? And at the moment, like winds are coming from the west or from the south, like I'm from Florida. That's not unusual. But yeah, northern winds would be amazing. Now we have a 777 coming in from American. Alright, we will stay at the 767-300. Let's see what else we have inbound at the moment. We have another JetBlue 220 from Savannah, Georgia. They got hit hard also with that tropical storm, or yeah, I think it was a tropical storm when they made landfall the day before yesterday. Lots of rain, lots of flooding. So prayers that everyone is okay in the south. We had the remnants yesterday, and it was pouring rain, flooding everywhere. And take off. And we have another 767-300 inbound from Lisbon in Portugal. And also Air India 777-300 from Bombay or Mumbai. All right, let's have a look on Air India 777, flight 19 from Mumbai. Like in 97, I was already talking about it. I actually landed in Mumbai on a Swiss flight. No, it was Swiss Air, excuse me, from Zurich to Hong Kong. And we landed in Mumbai to get gas, and I don't know, it was a 747-300 actually. Swiss Air. It was not Swiss, it was Swiss Air. Quite an experience. A Zurich, Mumbai, Hong Kong. A night, basically a red eye. Alright, Air India from Mumbai. Here we go. Then we have Air France from Paris, from Charles de Gaulle with a 777-300. That is flight 4. It's a 7 hours and 28 minutes flight. 7.5 hours from Paris. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, there was the 767 from Lisbon, from Delta. And he says next two A380 arrivals is 2:44 p.m. for Emirates from Dubai, and Lufthansa at 3:14 p.m. from Munich. But let's go over to Air France real quick and catch that beauty. All right, they're coming in. They are coming in, the first European flights. That's great. More to come, more to follow. By chance, like your host is a big sucker of the ETA livery, right? The all blue. Some people know it's my favorite livery. It's just fantastic. That blue is, you can't beat that livery. I love it. And then we have also a Turkish Airlines 777 from Istanbul. It's 5 minutes out. Still over the water, coming in, approaching Long Beach Island. And then most likely also coming in 3-1 right, like most of the flights. Some Delta flights, when you're lucky, they come in on the 3-1 left because it's just closer to the terminal for them, right, where they are. So it could happen. Now, very nice. We have here Plus Ultra 330. They operate to Trasera. That's sorry guys, that is a 16-year-old Airbus 330-200. No, sorry, that's Plus Ultra. I'm sorry, guys. It's Plus Ultra. Does anyone know for who they operate? Is it a source? It's Plus Ultra is a charter airline, so they operate for someone. Thank you, Marcus. So on final, that's the 767 from Lisbon. We currently stay on the Plus Ultra. Yeah, a source, right? In the Atlantic Ocean. That's what I thought. Thanks, Marcus. All right. And takeoff. All right, there she goes. Let me see what we have taxiing here. Currently it's Air India. It just came in. And we also have another Delta 737-900 on the way to San Juan in Puerto Rico. And before we have a Delta connection, a CRJ 900. That's flight 5272 to Raleigh, Durham. And we also have American Airlines 777-200 coming up on their flight to Charlotte in North Carolina. 777-200 to Charlotte, North Carolina for, I would say, for 90 minutes flight. It must be a reposition flight. Or, you know, they just fill them up with some passengers and then, you know, they operate then from Charlotte, a lot their long-haul route. Let me see where this aircraft came in. I'm pretty sure that aircraft came in from somewhere overseas. Can't load it right now. All right, there she comes, 777-200 on a 90 minutes flight to Charlotte in North Carolina. Beautiful place. Beautiful. North Carolina is a beautiful state too. You have nice long summers, and the winters are less long and less cold. Sorry guys, just need to drink some water to stay hydrated. gets super humid again. Should be 90 degrees now and a nice and decent humidity. You can't stand the humidity. I'm all down for like the bone dry heat, like right, we have it in California. That's my weather. But humidity is not so much, my friend. Yeah, Marcus, the 777, you said it looks like to be a ferry flight. I thought about the same. Or they just came in somewhere from Europe or from London, and they just use the aircraft with a new crew and fly down to Charlotte, and then from Charlotte they operate again to a long distance destination. There are actually flights, they do this a lot with United from Newark. So you can book a 787-10, a Dreamliner, flying into Los Angeles. And then the flight continues later on from Los Angeles into, I don't know, to Tokyo or to somewhere in Asia. So this happens a lot here. We actually booked a flight 6 weeks ago into LA, 787-9 from United, Newark, LAX, and then the flight continued from LAX to London Heathrow. Right, 777 to Charlotte, North Carolina. And we have some other nice departures coming up. We have the wide body that JFK to Atlanta, right? It looks the same. 330-300. I think that one came in like an hour ago, so I'm not sure about that. And we have on our short final on 31 right, we have a Delta 767. Yeah, the seagull is excited. Looks like the bird likes airplanes too. Alright, let's stay with the 330. Fly to Atlanta. And let me see what we have on arrival. We have another JetBlue, flight 678, coming in from Jacksonville in Florida on an A220-300. It's on 31 right, so the airplane is a little bit smaller. So we also have, looks like another arrival a little bit far out. Yes, that's another Virgin. Flight 47, 330-900 Neo, also coming in from London Heathrow. And Delta is lining up a flight to Atlanta, Georgia. Delta's main hub. and the largest airport in the United States. And Marcus says the previous 777-200 from American Airlines, it came from Buenos Aires. Yeah, that's what I thought. And Marcus has an update on the next heavy arrivals. Virgin 330-900. Yep, that's on the way here. We have another Calita coming in. 747-400 freighter from Anchorage. We have Delta 330-300 from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Delta 767-400 from Rome, and much more. So stay tuned. Lots of Deltas coming in now from overseas as well. With a little bit of luck, we can get some here on 31 left, the closest to us on the southwestern part of the airport. Clear for takeoff. Yeah, we just missed the Virgin, guys. So it is what it is. All right, let's see. What do we have next? You see the Virgin in the background. Sorry, guys. One-man show. Now we have Calita 747-400. That's flight 633 coming in from Anchorage. Here in just a few seconds. Guys, if you're new to the channel, if you like what you see, if you like what you hear, please feel free to give us a like and a subscribe. We are still a very small channel and trying our best to grow. And every like and subscribe will certainly help the channel. And we are streaming mostly on Saturdays here from JFK because I have just work during the week going on, so I cannot be down here. Down here means I work in upstate New York, so that's about a 3 hours drive. And I'm usually down here on the weekends and whenever the weather is compromising and it's not rainy or somehow, you know, that you cannot be out here. We usually stream on Saturdays, and also tomorrow we're gonna pull a stream tomorrow for Sunday. Now let's wait for the Calita 747-400. Just a few miles out. Should be here in a few seconds. And it looks like, guys, this Calita is coming 3-1 left. So good news. That's going to be close to us. A 747 coming 3-1 left. Keep fingers crossed that there will be no swing over. Nope, sorry, that's a swing over. She's gonna be 3-1 right. Was just too excited about it, but I was like, wait a minute, the cargo area is all the way over there, so it would make sense to come in 3-1 left. Alright, there she comes. Kalida 747 400, the Queen. Queen of the skies. Let's see what's coming up here. Just a few smaller ones. Let's look for the inbound. And we have another Delta 330-300 coming in from Amsterdam in just a few seconds. We also have another heavy inbound 767-400 Delta flight 183 from Rome in Italy. See in the background Virgin Atlantic, the 330-900 Neo that came in from London Heathrow just a couple of minutes ago, taxiing to the gate. Seconds we switch to Delta Flight 47, the 330-300 coming in from Amsterdam. Now the wind picks up again. Basically, I say thank God, because it wasn't very windy in the past hour or so. It's like the humidity, the wind really helps a lot. So I'm glad the wind picks up a little bit. Let me know if you have wind noise. It shouldn't be the case. I took care the best way I can to have everything being broadcasted the way it should be. So, alright, next arrival is Delta 330-300 coming in from Amsterdam. right. And next arrival is American Eagle 170, flight from Nashville, Tennessee. But first we're gonna swivel over to Delta flight 183 coming in from Rome, Fiumicino, arriving here in just a few seconds. The wind picks up now significantly with the high tide coming in. All right, I'm gonna need to check, hopefully my microphone doesn't trip over in the water. That would be costly. That would be costly. All right. What we have next. Yeah, in the background, do you hear some fishermen arriving with a high tide, trying to catch some fish? So we share this lovely park between plane spotters and fishermen. Marcus says, I hope you don't get wet feet. Yeah. Well, Marcus, thank God that spot here is actually elevated, so we're safe. Like no matter what, when the water comes like really high up, there's still a safe and a dry way to get off this spot. So I'm planning to do 2 more hours. To do 2 more hours, and then that might be the maximum of the tide, of the high tide here, but I can still get the equipment off here dry and we don't get wet feet here, so we should be good. But we will be surrounded to a certain degree by water, by high tide, but there's one little path out what leaves you with with dry feet, thank God. And also the equipment here, there's quite some equipment here. Can tell you not the cheapest one, so we cannot afford for the stuff to get wet. Let me show you. See, I prepare to catch some fish. Tide is coming up. All right, what do we have next? Next airlines, next aircraft, we have MNG Cargo, a 330, 300, operating to Istanbul in Turkey. That's flight 213. Finally, the painted one. I always got lucky with the, I think it's the 25th all white anniversary one. I think they just put some writings on it to to make it look a little bit less boring. But that's the one, it's a painted one. I love it. Looks great. So the turn and burn. Alright, I need to take care of my microphone. The wind is picking up to a point where I want to avoid that my microphone trips over. Give me 1 second, guys. Well, it holds up, but that's how it is when you have to deal with wind directly by the water. Not much what you can do. Just you have to make sure that your equipment is tied up. All right, what do we have next? Next we have, that's JetBlue 320. So far, not known where this one goes. Let me see. coming up. Yes. That's the Asiana flight to Seoul. Soon to be merged with Korean Air, right? Unfortunately, one beautiful airline less, but this is what it is. And taxiing to runway 31 left, and I think now that the departures are picking up, and yeah, hopefully the arrivals as well. It's about time. Yeah, usually between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock on a Saturday, not the busiest here in New York. It's all gonna change, guys. It's all gonna change when the afternoon rush from Europe is gonna set in, and that's gonna be in just a couple of minutes actually. I see another wide body here coming in. Sorry guys, I only can focus on one, so we're missing a 3-1 right arrival at the moment, but it is what it is. Looks like north. Is it north? No. Multitasking, filming departure and having one eye over at the arrival. All right, here we go. Here we have a 3-1 left arrival from a Delta CRJ. Bring more to 3-1 left. A little bit bigger planes, that would be awesome. That would be awesome, for sure. I would like it, I would like it too. Let's see what we have on approach currently. We have a JetBlue from Santiago de los Caballeros on 3-1 right. That's a 320-200 and a 2.5 hours of flight time. Not too bad. Not too bad. Then we have another Delta 767-300 coming in from Brussels. That's flight 141. Told you, the European rush is about to get started. And then we have right behind us Swiss Airbus 330-300 coming in from Zurich in Switzerland. That's flight 16, Swiss 16. Then another one. Behind the Swiss we have Aeromexico. Flight 408 from Mexico City on a 787-9 Dreamliner. And today, actually, the really good news is my iPad does not go off from the heat, so that air helps dramatically. So we're really happy about that. All right, let's go over to Delta 767 from Brussels in Belgium. Sorry guys, sorry. Here we go. And then we have next arrival should be Swiss flight 16 from Zurich, Switzerland in an Airbus 330-300 in just a few seconds here on 31 right. Let's go over, let's catch her early. There she is, in all her glory. Perfect. All right, what do we have next? We have Aeromexico coming in from Mexico City with a 787 Dreamliner. And welcome back, Thomas. All right, guys. Nice. So, let's have a look. Next one, Cathay 777-300 from Hong Kong. 777 in the One World livery. That is great. I know Marcus, he puts up some more flight informations for you guys. Thank you, Marcus. Much appreciated. Here she comes. Alright, it was 777-300 from Hong Kong in a special One World livery. Next arrival is JetBlue Flight 1060 from Kingston, Jamaica on the Mint livery. Airbus 320. But first we want to catch a 3-1 left arrival, actually. A Delta 321. All right. See the last glimpse of the JetBlue 320 in the Mint livery. Not a special livery, but still a beautiful livery. All right. And another Delta on 3-1 left. It looks like the arrivals are picking up, finally. So they route some traffic here over to 3-1 left. And another 767. And now it's like back-to-back arrivals. Back-to-back arrivals. Alright, and the last guy has lined up on the runway. 31 left. Where's Alaska going? Alaska is going to San Francisco, California. And back-to-back arrival, 320. Cool. HB Hagen, welcome. Gute. Thanks. Nice camera works. Thanks. I try my best. I try my best. Not always that easy, but I try my best. I promise. See? See? Here we go. There he is. That's a Delta 737. What is it? An 8 or a Max 8? I don't know. I think it's an 8. 800. And we have another JetBlue, flight 906 from Chicago O'Hare on arrival. Currently on the ILS for 31 right. That is a 321, a Neo. I just need to drink a sip real quick, guys. Be right back. Here we go. All right, the host needs to stay hydrated. We have 90 degrees out here, so thank God the wind came back a little bit, so it's not so brutally hot. Equipment is holding up really well, thank God. So far, the iPad didn't go out. The computer runs well too, even it's really hot, but it's running well. The wind makes a big difference. A big difference. So, lucky day. All right. HB says, New York City is my biggest dream to visit. Sadly, I'm so flight afraid that I never might realize. Well, you know, there's a lot of ways to cope with it, but I mean, you're an aircraft spotter, I guess, as well, HB. So you know, it's basically the safest way to travel. But hey, I completely understand, and I completely got you. So, well, you never know. But let me tell you that one, like when you pick like a 380 coming over here, they are so firm and stable in the air that it's like riding on a bus. This is how it is. Yeah, right, Marcus? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just give it a try. We can pull off some live streaming here. If you like. It might be motivation for you. All right, we have Iceland there. 737 Max 8, I guess. Yep, a Max 8 on the way back to Keflavik in Iceland. Line up and wait. 3-1 left. You know, the sunlight gets better and better and better for these aircrafts lining up and departing on 3-1 left. It's absolutely amazing. Also, of course, for the arrivals for 3-1 right. Every hour now, the light gets better. All the way. All the way. Yeah, it's really hot out here today. All right, let's see what we have next. Next for departure is JetBlue, a 321 on the flight to Santo Domingo in the Caribbean. And on arrival, we have another JetBlue, a 220 actually, a 220-300 coming in from Sarasota. And we also have a heavy coming in, American Airlines, flight 235 from Rome, Fiumicino, in just a few minutes. Here at Planes and Friends. Kevin is asking, have you ever streamed at EWR in Newark? No. No, Kevin, I think it might not be possible to actually stream at Newark. It's not even possible to take pictures for like more than half an hour until security bothers you. And at least when you take pictures, you can keep a low profile, right? On some spotted places. But to put up equipment like this here, like with a tripod and a camera mounted on it, and like equipment, iPhones and iPads and table and mixer and computer, no, I think it's rather unrealistic. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I would say it's rather unrealistic. So security is it's a complete different ballgame there. That's why you don't see so many pictures also there at Newark. But I mean, both airports are being operated by the Port Authority of New York, right? The same as LaGuardia. Also, LaGuardia is no problem to pull off your live stream over at the Vaughan College of Aviation, where that park is. It's not a problem, but Newark, I would say it's a waste of time. Unfortunately, there's great traffic there. All right, next arrival we have American Airlines 777-300 coming in from Rome. That was American 777-300. It's actually one of these airlines I have never been on a transatlantic flight. Been on United several times. I've been on Delta several times, but not an American. I just flew American domestic, mostly from Newark into Charlotte, North Carolina. Really great experience. I cannot say anything negative, and I won't. I don't know if it's different when you fly international with them, but I think it's a great airline. And talking American, we have another one, 777-200. And whilst we're filming here, another 321 American is coming in on 31 left. Let's see if I can get this thing for you. There it is. 31 left. Here we go. And what do we have here? What is that? A 380, huh? Korean coming up? Nice. HB is asking any 747 incoming. Or let him. Let me see. HB. A lot of smaller aircraft at the moment, from what I can see here. The next widebody is... No, that's not even a widebody. It's a JetBlue 216 from San Francisco. A 321. Then we have Delta 767-300 coming in from LAX from Los Angeles, California. Currently flying over Long Beach Island. We had actually, HB, we had some 747s in the morning. We had one Atlas, we had one Kalida, 747. I'm just thinking about if we had another one. Marcus, can you recall if we had a third one? And I also think we have Uzbekistan Airways coming up here to Tashkent on a 787-8 Dreamliner. I think they also operate into Frankfurt with the Dreamliner, so not too rare for some European guys here, but still, hey, nice livery. And that's a Delta 767-300 flying in here. We have the Korean 380 coming up. Just a few minutes. Right in front of our cameras. Spitz is asking, Jens, by the way, do you know if an ESTA is 1 or 2 years valid? That's a good question. It used to be 2 years. It used to be good for 2 years, but I haven't, quite frankly, I haven't used an ESTA. I don't know, for 10 years or so, I can tell. So it used to be 2 years. It used to be 2 years, but there might have been some changes. So you might wanna Google it or look it up. But I think there should be no reason why it's why they have actually changed it to 1 year. So it should be 2 years. But please look it up. Please Google it. From what I know is they want to know now much more information about you than it used to be like 10 years ago or so. But it shouldn't be a problem. It should not really be a problem. If you need help on that, please let me know. I'm more than happy to help you. Here we go, a 220 in front of a 380. How cool is that, guys? Isn't that cool? That is cool. All right, so we have coming in another JetBlue flight 1274 from Charleston. Charleston is in South Carolina. Charlotte is in North Carolina. And we have the Korean 380. Oh, actually, it's getting more and more tough to read the display from the iPad. Then we have currently departing, that is Delta Connection, flight 3950. No, that's arriving. Excuse me, that's an arriving flight. I'm confused. So in front of the 380, we have now a Delta CRJ 900 to Portland. Portland, Maine, not Portland, Oregon. That would be too much of that little thing. So this thing is going up to the northeast. Yeah, right, Marcus, you only found the 747s from Anchorage that came in. So, all right, we have another wide body. It looks like Aer Lingus, but we want to stay here on the 380. So, see, guys, now this is the moment, right? You could actually catch an Aer Lingus 330, which looks beautiful, by the way. Or, right, with a Korean 380, but I think that decision is like easy. All right, let's stick to the king, the 380. Alright, just for you guys to pump up the sound a little bit. And take off. Thunder. Oh, that's that's a heavy one. That's a heavy lift off. All the way down to runway 31 left. You can even see some of the skyscrapers from New York in the background. So you know this thing is heavy. Look at that. I try to keep it, the airplane and the skyline, in one picture. Isn't that beautiful, guys? Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. Look at that. Let me see. Let me see. Here we are. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. On her way to Seoul in Korea. Cool, alright. Alright, we have Uzbekistan 787-8 Dreamliner waiting to line up on 01 left, and you know all the boats are going in and out. It's a beautiful weekend here, like after we had rainstorms and the remnants of hurricane or tropical storm Debbie the past few days. But before we do that, guys, you know the drill. Guys, you know the drill. ITA 330-200 coming in, my favorite livery. Lufthansa, please keep your fingers off that livery, right? It's such a beautiful livery. Oh my God, amazing. Is it a two? No, it's a 900, excuse me. Sorry guys, it's the 900, not the 200. Look from the distance. Have ABX Air also coming up. Pete said, whatever camera you use, it's amazing. Thank you. It's no secret, you know, I don't make a secret out of my equipment. I believe when you put some hard work in it and some research and figure things out, you can make almost every camera work. But I use a Sony an A7S III, so the camera is dedicated for a video. It's not a hybrid. I was on the edge of getting the A7 IV, but hold on one second, guys.
Are you make a video? Are you make the video for the airport, the airplane? Oh, we want to do the selfie too. Can he learn from you? We are taking like a 1 hour driving here just for them. Can he learn from you a little bit? Just because we're going to meeting next week. He can look back, be quiet, right?
All right, we have some little fans that want to have a look on what we're doing here. Yes, sorry, I was at the camera that we are using. So we are using A7S III that's more dedicated to video, to filming, right? So one of the big bonuses of the camera is actually that it doesn't overheat as much as other cameras, and that's a big problem actually nowadays. I heard that the A7 IV and also the A7 V, they are a little bit more sensitive to overheating, and the sensor of that A7S III is just bigger, so it doesn't create so much heat, and it's not an oversampled video from 8K. It is like the pure resolution what you can get from that sensor, and that's actually great. But the camera is just a little part of it. There are way more components that go into not just the picture over the entire experience. So also the capture card is really important, right? We're using an AJA AJA, an AJA capture card. I was trying the Elgato, the 4K stick. I wasn't too happy about it. So the agile capture card, it also makes a big difference. And don't forget the guy who is throwing down the light. It looks beautiful. I mean, you know, you cannot fight like sunlight that's coming from the back. So that's that also, of course, it helps a lot. But you know what? I actually had Canon cameras for I don't know, for almost 30 years, and I was a big Canon guy. The entire lineup from lenses. I even started like with the manual cameras, manual autofocus with no batteries. Just later on with a winder, and since I basically picked up like this A7S III last year in New York at B&H. Never going back. The experience is absolutely phenomenal, and the picture quality, like even when you just shoot regular photos, they don't have necessarily the same big resolution like when you shoot it with the A7 IV or A7 V, but just the straight out of camera quality is absolutely phenomenal, and I love it. All right, we have Japan Airlines over there, 350-1000, and right behind Egypt there to Cairo. There are a few boats coming down. Let me just pull the volume a little bit back. They have such a deep sound. Guys, look at that. They're towing a boat here at JFK. I don't know. When you're into boats, I think there's a channel from Hamburg, as far as I know, the planes and ships, or ships and planes. I don't know. Look at that. That is great. That is phenomenal. I guess the boat broke down. Good when you call someone to tow you back into the harbor. All right, let's see who's next. ABXer might be next. Yep, ABX Air lining up. 40 years old, this thing. 40 years old. We saw it coming in. We were making fun. Marcus and I were making fun of this thing. 40 years old. Well, we have a Sikorsky helicopter flying above us. You get the full experience here. That's a nice sight, huh? One of the oldest 767s in front of an Airbus, like a top-notch, like a 1-year-old or whatever, Airbus 350-1000. That looks fantastic. Spitzer is younger than I am, right? Yeah, me too. Me too. There's some really great departures coming up. And guys, there is ETA now, the 330-200 coming in, but Let's just stick to the 40-year-old 767-200 freighter. And some of you guys were asking about the LATAM. That's coming up too, and it's getting really busy now, guys. Look at that, Delta 767-300 or 31 left. Guys, look at that lineup. Isn't that beautiful? Perfect. And ANA is coming up too. We will be very busy. Let me see about the arrivals. Looks like we're good with arrivals. So we can focus on these departures. We have another Delta coming in here on 31 left from Miami. All right, we have LATAM 767-300. But it looks like the Japan Airlines 350-1000 is cutting right in front of her. Jim says, greetings from I can't read it, Jim. Pittsburgh? We have a CRJ 900 departing in front of the 350. And we have Egypt Air coming up as well. And Marcus, thank you for the updates. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yep, perfect. Welcome, John. Welcome to Planes and Friends. If you're new here, if you like what you see and what you hear, please feel free to leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're usually live every Saturday, or basically Saturday when the weather permits. Let's say it that way. So I was monitoring today's weather pretty close. Yeah, you're aware of the remnants of the tropical storm Debbie that we just had. So, but a beautiful day today at JFK. It's a little bit humid, a little bit sticky, but still a beautiful day. All right, let's see what else we have inbound. Not much currently, actually. We have a Delta 330-200 on 31 right coming in, but we keep the focus on the Japan Airlines 350-1000 and the Egypt Air. I changed my mind. Let's go over for real quick. I hope they don't move. It's a 330-200 coming in from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. And we have a parallel landing actually. Another Delta is coming in on 31 left. That's why none of the wide bodies that are waiting for the lineup is moving. So we're good. We're good. We don't miss anything. That brings us back to this wonderful lineup. Japan Airlines 350-1000 and Egypt Air 777-300. One is going to Tokyo, Haneda, and the other one is going to Cairo, Egypt. Hello, Kurt. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, John, right? Why it didn't pop up? I mean, there are really big channels out there, really, really big ones, and I think the algorithm also supports them first. So when you're like a little channel, like this is one of it, we're just around 1,400 subscribers, so but still a lot of room to grow. You know, it's not that easy to actually fight through it, but it's all about being persistent and really stay on it. And I think as long as you deliver good content, it should be all right. It should be all right. All right, Japan Airlines has a go, ready for lining up runway 31 left. Look at that sunlight. All right, that was Japan Airlines 330-900. Now we are eager to see Egypt there. John says you have to add as many mega data tags as you can to make you easy to find. That is absolutely correct. You're on point. Yeah. Hey Kurt, how are you doing? Guys, look at that lineup. Look at that lineup. 330, 380 as well. Isn't that a picture? Nice. And we have parallel arrivals too. Let's go real quick. American 777-200. And Egypt Air is on the move. Picture. All right, that was Egypt Air. On the way to Cairo, Egypt. And we have next Delta 757-200. Flying to Bogota. And there she goes. All right. Next, we have Latam 767 already lined up on 3-1 left, and it's clear for takeoff. Back-to-back departures, heavy departures. And more to come. And more to come, guys. Next one, we're going to ANA 777-300 on her way to Tokyo Haneda. Clear for takeoff, 3-1 left. Enjoy. And we have Etihad A380. Coming over. Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed the Lufthansa Queen, right? But there's so much going on at the moment. I would need 2 cameras and switch back and forth between the arrivals and departures. Like between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, it was like rather slow, right? But right now, you don't know where you should point your camera first. So yeah, there are times where you cannot just catch everything. But yeah, I just saw it to the side of my eye. You said, I hope the A380 is packed like the Korean A380. Yeah, well, most likely she is. And it's a hot day here, 90 something degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know, it's 28 or 30 degrees Celsius. So pretty hot here, but 3-1 left is one of the longest runways here in the US. It's the 3rd longest, if memory serves me right, and it was actually one of the emergency runways for this space shuttle. So for the 380, we hopefully can see a shallow departure with a skyline of Manhattan in the background. That would be amazing. Let's shoot for that one. Nice and shallow, guys. Look at that. Let me see what I can do here. All right, next departure we have Kenya Airways 787-8 Dreamliner. To Nairobi. Thanks, Tammy. Much appreciated. Tammy, if you're new here and you like what you see and what you hear, please feel free to leave a like and a subscribe. It's still a very small channel. Nothing big. Just pure passion. That's what's going in here. And head on with the North 787-9 Dreamliner. Here she go, clear for takeoff. Runway 31 left. All right, that was Kenya Airways on our way to Nairobi. Now we have a European flight. This is High Sky. That's an airline from Romania, a fairly young airline. That's an Airbus 330-200 on her way now to Bucharest. And there she goes. All right, there she goes. And next lineup is North 787-9 Dreamliner to Athens in Greece, in beautiful Greece. That's a beautiful country too. Yeah, guys, sorry if you hear the boats here over the external microphone. There's a lot of activity going on with boats and people, families just having a great time here, spending the Saturday afternoon out on the water on their boats. So, couldn't be any better. Blue skies, nice sunshine, air traffic is phenomenal. Some bugs around here, not that I need them and I don't want them, but yeah, Tammy says LAX and SFO are also busy. You're absolutely correct, Tammy. I used to be in LAX 6 weeks ago. Did some filming there too, and also some family vacation. It's a great airport also for filming and for plane spotting in general. It's a fantastic airport. So more stuff coming up from LAX on this channel, but also from JFK. So I'm based here at JFK. That's my home airport. So I usually, when the weather permits and some other requirements also fall in place, I usually stream here on Saturday, 9 or 10 a.m., usually 10 a.m., depending on runway operations. So favorite runway operations is still the fours, like full left and full right. So today we have the 3 months in operation, but when the fours are there, I try to be out as early as possible. But for that, we need the wind to compromise. we need wind from the north or from the northeast. Then that's ideal for the fourth. But yeah, we had it one time so far, but you never know. Spitze at Lufthansa 410 from Munich is under 1 hour away from JFK. Today it's Mike Charlie, one with a new livery. Looking forward to that one. North takeoff, very shallow, very shallow. Here we go. Tammy, just for you. All right. These were a bunch of like really great takeoffs. Phenomenal. We have next lineup is Delta Airlines flight 5128 to Montreal, Canada on a CRJ 900, and behind we have JetBlue A320 to Cancun, Mexico, and then we have a JetBlue. And then Behind the JetBlue, we have another flight to LAX, to Los Angeles, the Delta Airlines 767-300. The racetrack, right? The racetrack. Around 200 flights per week from JFK to LAX. That's a lot. That's a lot. Alright guys, sorry, I just grabbed a bite to eat. Still had no breakfast. 767-300 Delta. Another one here to LAX. Now, let's see what the arrivals are. We have Condor from Germany, from Frankfurt, coming in. It's the blue striped. Just 2 minutes here in front of our cameras. That is Condor flight 2016. We have some time. Let's just go and get the Delta. All right, there she goes, on her way to LAX. And this is Caribbean 737 MAX 8. I just want to keep an eye on Condor, that we don't miss the 330-900 Neo. Also actually one of my most favorite aircraft. I flew it last year from LAX to JFK with Delta when they operated that route with the 3900 Neo. It's super comfortable. It was such a great experience, and it was just economy class, but it was so comfortable. It's you only have like 2 seats left and right of the airplane, not a 3-seat configuration. It's just a great airplane. It was a red eye, and I didn't even feel like super tired. All right, now I talked about it in the morning. Finally, it comes through. JetBlue special colors, but excuse me guys, we want to go to that Condor Ringelsocke for our German viewers. Ringelsocke, you know, all the circles around the fuselage. Flight 2016 from Frankfurt. And we go straight to the departing aircraft. JetBlue 3, no, that's a 220. We don't waste any time here. All right, that was JetBlue 220. Now it seems like the big rush is a little bit over. Tammy says, "Hey Planes and Friends, you got a good spotting place. Thank you that I discovered this channel. You're very welcome, Tammy. We are glad to have you here." That's actually in Bayswater Park in Queens. I've been coming here for basically for more than 30 years, but I never really discovered the filming opportunity here in this park. The signal can be sometimes be a little bit of a challenge, but I found a spot where the signal is decent and it's enough to pull off a live stream in 1080p and 60 frames per second. So that's pretty okay. Here, who is into boats? Anyone? Into boats? No? Welcome to JFK Airport. Planes and boats. Planes and friends. And planes and boats. Here, action. Who needs Miami when they have that one? Come on. All right, let's stick to the airplanes, guys. Let's stick to the airplanes. This is an airplane channel, not a boat channel by any means. All right, we have another heavy coming in. British Airways flight 173 from London Heathrow on a 777-300. 7 hours and 22 minutes of flight time. Here in just a few minutes. And I know Lufthansa A380 should be here soon too with a new livery from Munich, Germany. It says there are two great days in the life of a boat owner: the day he buys it and the day he sells it. Well, I never owned a boat, Spitz, so I cannot talk about that one. But yeah, Spitz says Emirates 380 is estimated at 2:45 p.m. That means they should be here anytime. Let me see. The next arrival is going to be British Airways 777-300 from London Heathrow. And there she comes. Nice arrival. Now we have Emirates here on Flight Radar prior to flyover Long Beach Islands. It's flight 69 Romeo from Dubai. It's a 13-hour and 30 minutes flight. Not too bad, huh? 13 hours and 30 minutes on an A380. Sorry guys, more ramp action for you before we head over to the 380. Yeah, great. We are now approaching low tide. That's good. So when we finish later on, we don't get wet feet. All right. Marcus says Lufthansa 380 estimated at 3:24 p.m. from Munich. So it looks like some delay for that one. But we go here to an Alaska Airlines 737. Here on 31 left, the rare 31 left arrivals. We'll take it. All right, another 380 Emirates from Dubai. Tammy is asking, what runway did the Concorde use to land and take off on? That's a good question, Tammy. My estimate is it was the 3-1. 3-1 left or 1-3 right, because that's the third longest runway in the United States. That runway is very long, so this is that's my estimate. At least for takeoff. So, but feel free to Google it. But this, I think it's the closest to what I would expect the airplane to land and to take off. Also, I can remember when the A380s were like rather new here. They all landed at 3-1 left. If the wind somehow compromised, they all landed at 3-1 left, and they all took off at 3-1 or 1-3. Right, we have also Turkish Airlines 777-300 coming up here. That's the flight to Istanbul in Turkey. And thank you, Marcus. That was indeed Delta 767-400 from Munich, Germany. 777-300 coming up here. And Marcus says Air India 777-300 to Mumbai is also departing soon. That's great. It's a beautiful livery. And this is American Airlines flight 2234 to Dallas. A 737-800. And then we have another Swiss Airbus 330-300 coming in about 2 minutes. The flight from Geneva, that's flight number 22. It's an 8-hour and 10 minutes flight. We see in a second Turkish 777 moving into the picture, and here she is. But we're gonna stick to American 737-800 on the way to Dallas. All right, let's see what Turkish is doing over there. Sitting here in all her glory. And we'll move real quick to the Swiss 330. Coming in here from Geneva in Switzerland. And clear for takeoff. 31 left. Turkish Airlines 777-300 to Istanbul. The powerhouse is taken off. All right. Now we have Air India 777-300 coming up here. That's a flight to Mumbai. Yeah, sorry guys, just in case you hear the wind. It's the wind picked up a little bit, so you might hear some wind noise, but yeah, it is what it is. We can't change that one. All right. Air India, 777-300 on the way to Bombay. What else do we have? Marcus says in a few minutes there is a Pilatus PC-12 coming from Lake Placid to JFK. Lake Placid, that's in upstate New York. That's 3.5 hours drive here from JFK. PC-12 made in Switzerland. And she says, great stream, where are you filming from? I'm filming from Bayswater Park here in Queens. In one of the spots where you actually have a signal. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Tammy says, wow, plane is climbing, right? The G90s, they are like powerhouses. Well, they have a lot of power. Same as the 767, the 200s and the 300s. They are actually overpowered. They have a lot of power. 757 is the same. Way too much power for these planes, but it all contributes to the safety, to the safe operations. So what else do we have? We have a Delta 320. All right, what else do we have? Qatar 777-300 from Doha on final approach. Thank you, Marcus. Where it is. There she comes, Qatar. It's another 3-1 right approach, unfortunately, but it's a long airplane, so we will be good. We'll see her in just a few seconds. Here she comes. Perfect. Nice landing. And we have Khalida coming up in the background. Here she comes, 747. We take that any day of the week. Let's follow the Queen. Let's follow the Queen. Not too many out there anymore. In freighter service, yes, absolutely. Passenger service, Lufthansa might be the only airline which frequently operates the 747-400. She will be history from Lufthansa in 2028. The Dash 8 will remain next to the 380, but the 400 will leave the same as the same fate. Will go to the 340-600, but I think it's about time. They have eight long-haul aircraft types at the moment. Can you imagine to support and to service 8 different long-haul aircraft types? That is quite a challenge. That is quite a challenge. So they're gonna shrink, not necessarily shrink, but they harmonize their fleet once the 777X is gonna come out. They're waiting for that one desperately. Let's shift over to the JetBlue. That is JetBlue flights 337 operating from Santiago de los Caballeros. And a 321 Airbus. All right, we want to also keep an eye out on the Lufthansa 380. But before we do that, we first take a look on this Delta 767-300. 131 right. Look who's coming. Marcus says PC-12 and final for runway 31 left. Lufthansa 380 estimated in 9 minutes. Thank you, Marcus. And here we go. The PC-12. I hope I can catch it. I can barely see it on the monitor, Marcus. Here we go, a PC-12 manufactured in Stans in Switzerland, in the middle of the Alps. The factory. I once was there. It's absolutely beautiful. a super long landing for this thing. And we'll go back to the Queen, Calida 747-400. That flight goes to Cincinnati, Ohio. And that Queen is only 19 years old. That's not old. That's not old for a 747. And it is a 481. What is it? A former Japan Airlines? 481, is this the customer code for Japan Airlines? I don't know, but let's quickly move here to 31 left arrival, Delta 767-300. Bring it, we'll take it any day of the week. That wind is picking up crazy. I hope it's not too bad. All right, let's stick with the Queen. Let's hang around with the Queen until we are waiting the Lufthansa 380. It allows me to have another sip. Need to stay hydrated out here. We're back. We are back now. Looks like some traffic over there. Yep. And Marcus says the Calida 744 was delivered in 2005 to Nippon Cargo. Well, at least I was right with the country. 2014 to 26, and it was leased to Air Cargo Global, ACG. Oh, okay, so then it flies for Calida. Very interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it. Tammy says, make way, make way for Connie. Well, let me see where the Lufthansa 380 is. And we have also KLM 641 coming in, just passing Long Island from Amsterdam on a 78710. Nice. Here in about 2 minutes. And Lufthansa might be lost. We don't know. Now, Canada. Of course, when KLM is on approach with a 78710, but we stick with the Queen. It's the better sound. It's the way better sound, guys. We want to stick here. We're going to stay with the Queen. Or are we most likely going to miss the KLM? Pull the lever up real quick for you. You can enjoy the full sound. And clear for takeoff. Only a short hop over to Cincinnati, Ohio. I was hoping to get her in front of the skyline, but unfortunately. Alright, then we want to take both. We want to take a chance to get in KLM 78710 Dreamliner from Amsterdam, Netherlands. John says baby blue from AMS. Yes, that's right. Also a beautiful livery. And John says, hey Jens, good afternoon. Hello to everyone. Hi John. Nice to have you here. Welcome. And Marcus gives us an update. Next heavy inbound KLM. Yep, we got that one, Delta 764. BCRF livery. Lufthansa 380, alright. American 777. Virgin Atlantic, another 350-900. Lot 787-9 from Warsaw. And another BA 777-300 from London Heathrow. Turn that back a little bit. That's beautiful. 757-200. That's a flight to San Francisco, and we go real quick to the Delta 764. What we were just talking about. was a beautiful livery. Now, Lufthansa on final approach, runway 31 right, the new livery. That's flight 410 from Munich, Germany. We'll be here in just a few seconds. And there he is. The king. Awesome. That was awesome. And we will follow up. Missed it. Sorry, guys. Delta 767-300. Sorry to I don't want to make you dizzy, right? But yeah. It was a 3-1. That's a 3-1 left arrival. All right. It says in 4 weeks I am on that flight from Munich, and 9 days later I will on Lufthansa 411 back to Munich. Well, have a safe and a great flight. All right, guys, it's 5.5 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it a day. And I hope you had some fun today. It was a beautiful sunny Saturday here in Queens, New York, live from Bayswater Park here on your channel Planes and Friends. I'm your host. My name is Jens. And would be awesome to welcome you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Same spot, same place, same airport, same everything. If you're ready, I'm ready. And let's pack up. Let's recharge the batteries. And let's just be back tomorrow. All right? So thank you all for being part of this channel today for these 5.5 hours. It was a pleasure. It was absolutely great to have you all. And see you tomorrow.